Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Memory Charm on the Golden Snitch. Let's start the story with one of the most fascinating enchantments in the wizarding world of sport and strategy, the memory charm placed upon the golden snitch. In the twilight glow of this evening, as the embers in our fireplace cast dancing shadows across the room, imagine holding in your palm a small walnut-sized golden ball. Its surface gleams with reflected firelight, and delicate wings flutter at your touch, quivering with magical energy. This is the golden snitch, perhaps the most celebrated object in the wizarding sport of Quidditch, but it harbors secrets far beyond its role in the game. The snitch possesses a remarkable enchantment known as flesh memory, a sophisticated form of magic that allows the ball to remember the first human touch it receives. This enchantment was originally implemented for a purely practical purpose, to resolve disputes in professional Quidditch matches. In the heat of competition, when two seekers might claim to have caught the snitch simultaneously, the ball itself becomes the ultimate arbiter of truth. It recognizes the first skin that touched it, preserving that memory within its golden shell. This enchantment requires extraordinary magical craftsmanship. The wand work involved in creating a snitch is performed by specially trained witches and wizards who have mastered the delicate intersection of charms and enchanted metallurgy. Each professional-grade snitch is handled only with gloves before a match, ensuring that the first bare skin to touch it belongs to the seeker who eventually captures it. The process begins with the crafting of the golden shell itself, a blend of precious metal and magical alloys that allow the ball to achieve its remarkable flight. The shell is then enchanted with animation charms that grant it the ability to move with near sentience, darting and weaving to evade capture. But the most complex enchantment comes last, the memory charm that imbues the snitch with the ability to recognize human touch at the molecular level. This magic operates on principles similar to those seen in other memory-retaining objects in the wizarding world, such as pensieves or enchanted portraits. However, rather than storing visual memories or personalities, the snitch preserves a purely physical memory, the unique pattern of a person's skin, the oils unique to their touch, the very essence of their physical presence. The implications of this magic extend far beyond sporting applications. Albus Dumbledore, ever the master of foresight and subtlety, recognized that this particular enchantment could serve a purpose of tremendous importance during the darkest days of the wizarding world. When Harry Potter caught his first snitch during his inaugural Quidditch match at Hogwarts, that small golden ball preserved the memory of his touch. Years later, during the Second Wizarding War, Dumbledore would use this same snitch to conceal one of the most powerful magical artifacts known to wizardkind, the Resurrection Stone. The genius of Dumbledore's plan lay in the flesh memory enchantment. By placing the Resurrection Stone inside the very snitch that Harry had caught with his mouth, rather than his hand in his first year, Dumbledore created a container that would open only when touched by Harry's lips. Furthermore, he added another layer of magical protection, a phrase revealed only when Harry pressed the snitch to his mouth. "Eye open at the close." This cryptic message indicated that the snitch would reveal its contents only when Harry was prepared to accept his own death. Consider the layers of magical theory operating within this single small object. First, the original flesh memory charm, capable of distinguishing the unique signature of an individual's touch. Second, Dumbledore's enhancement of this charm to recognize not just any touch, but a specific type of contact, in this case, touch by lips rather than fingers. Third, the conditional enchantment that would reveal hidden text only when the correct touch was applied. And finally, the concealment charm that secured the resurrection stone within the snitch, accessible only when certain emotional and intentional conditions were met, when Harry truly accepted the close of his life. The enchantment on the snitch demonstrates how the most seemingly frivolous magical innovations, created initially for something as light-hearted as a sporting competition, can be repurposed for matters of life, death, and the fate of the wizarding world. This intersection of recreational magic and profound protection exemplifies the wizarding world's complex relationship with its own magical innovations. The memory charm on the golden snitch reminds us that magic, like memory itself, is layered and context-dependent. A snitch in a Quidditch match is merely a target to be caught in Dumbledore's hands. It became a vessel for salvation, and for Harry, it ultimately served as both guide and key on his journey towards sacrifice and triumph. As we sit here by the flickering fire, consider this: the golden snitch held the memory of Harry's touch for years, waiting patiently to fulfill its purpose at the perfect moment. In what ways might our own memories lie dormant within us, waiting for the right circumstance to reveal their true significance? What wisdom might we already possess that will only make sense when we approach the close of certain chapters in our lives? The fire grows dimmer now, and the shadows lengthen across the room, but the golden gleam of the snitch in our story continues to shine in the imagination, reminding us of the magic that can exist in the palms of our hands, if only we know how to recognize it. Chapter 2. The permission for Hogsmeade visits. The ancient stone walls of Hogwarts have always been both shelter and boundary, enclosing young witches and wizards within their protective embrace. Yet as students grow older, these boundaries gradually expand, offering glimpses of the wider wizarding world beyond. Tonight, let us unfold the story of one such expansion, the cherished tradition of Hogsmeade visits, and the curious permission slips that serve as keys to this first taste of independence. As the soft patter of rain against our windows creates a gentle rhythm, imagine yourself as a third-year student at Hogwarts, clutching a piece of parchment that represents a world of possibility. The Hogsmeade Permission Form, a seemingly mundane document that nevertheless holds extraordinary significance in the life of every young witch and wizard. The tradition of Hogsmeade weekends dates back to the early 18th century, when Headmistress Dilys Derwent first formalized the relationship between Hogwarts School and its neighboring village. Before this time, students rarely left the castle grounds except for holidays, but Headmistress Derwent, a progressive educational thinker for her era, believed that controlled exposure to the wider wizarding community served an important educational purpose. Students must learn to navigate the world beyond these walls, she wrote in her educational treatises, for we do not merely train wizards and witches to cast spells, but to live as responsible members of magical society. The permission slip itself evolved from these early beginnings. Initially, students were simply released to visit the village under the watchful eyes of their professors. However, following several incidents in the 1820s involving students venturing beyond Hogsmeade's boundaries, including one memorable occasion when 3 Gryffindor sixth years attempted to apparate to London without licenses, the school governors insisted upon more formal parental oversight. Thus was born the permission form as generations of Hogwarts students would come to know it. The parchment bears an enchantment of verification, a subtle magic that ensures the signature truly belongs to the parent or guardian. This precaution prevents the forgery attempts that inevitably occur each year, as enterprising students attempt to circumvent parental restrictions. The form's wording has remained remarkably consistent over centuries. Name of parent guardian, hereby give permission for my child. Name of student to visit Hogsmeade Village on weekends permitted by Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This simplicity belies the complex negotiations that often surround its signing in wizarding households across Britain each summer. For many families, the permission to visit Hogsmeade represents an acknowledgement of maturity, a milestone in a young witch or wizard's development. Parents often use this moment to have serious conversations about responsibility, judgment, and appropriate behavior. In pure-blood families with long traditions, the signing of the first Hogsmeade permission slip may be accompanied by small family ceremonies or the gifting of pocket money specifically for Hogsmeade purchases. The timing of Hogsmeade visits is not accidental in the educational development of young witches and wizards. By third year, students have established a foundational understanding of magic and have begun to demonstrate greater self-control in their magical abilities. They have also, critically, developed the judgment necessary to navigate a village that, while generally safe, contains magical elements requiring appropriate caution. Consider the significance of this first taste of independence in the wizarding educational journey. Within the protective boundaries of Hogwarts, students practice magic under constant supervision. In Hogsmeade, they must begin to make their own decisions about how to conduct themselves in wizarding society. Will they spend all their sickles and nuts at Honeyduke's? Will they dare each other to venture near the supposedly haunted Shrieking Shack? Will they conduct themselves appropriately when encountering adult wizards and witches going about their business? These seemingly small decisions form a crucial bridge between childhood and adulthood in wizarding society. The permission slip serves as both literal and symbolic gateway to this transitional phase. The significance of the permission form took on more complex dimensions during times of darkness in the wizarding world. During both wizarding wars, many families refused to sign Hogsmeade permission forms, believing their children safer within Hogwarts' protected grounds. The village, despite its proximity to the school, represented vulnerability, a place where protective enchantments thinned and outside threats might penetrate. We see this most poignantly in Harry Potter's third year, when his permission form remained unsigned due to his complex family situation with the Dursleys. Despite his attempts to convince Professor McGonagall to make an exception, she remained firm. No permission form, no visiting the village. That's the rule, Potter. Her strictness stemmed not from mere adherence to bureaucracy, but from genuine concern during a time when Sirius Black, believed to be a dangerous escaped murderer, was thought to be hunting Harry. The permission form, in this context, was not merely administrative but protective, a shield provided by family that Harry temporarily lacked. The denial of Hogsmeade visits could also serve as a significant disciplinary measure. The privilege, once granted, could be revoked, a punishment more keenly felt than many detentions. This underscores the value placed on these excursions in student life. To be left behind while classmates ventured to Zonko's joke shop or enjoyed butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks created a particular kind of isolation. The ache of missing shared experiences that would become common reference points among peers. In times of peace, Hogsmeade weekends took on a festive atmosphere. Students would awaken early on designated Saturdays, queuing eagerly in the entrance hall as Filch checked their names against the permission list before they made their way down the winding path to the village. The anticipation was palpable, conversation bubbling with plans for purchases at Honeyduke's, hopes of glimpsing the latest racing broom at Dervish and Banges, or simply the pleasure of swapping the school dining hall for the cozy interior of the Three Broomsticks. The seasonal rhythm of Hogsmeade visits marked the passage of the school year. Autumn visits featured leaves crunching underfoot and the warm glow of shop windows against early dusk. Winter transformed the village into a Christmas card scene, with snow-covered cottages and the scent of mulled mead wafting from pub doorways. Spring brought a different energy, as students shed heavy cloaks and lingered in the village square, stretching out their freedom before returning to exam preparations. As our fire burns lower and the rain continues its gentle rhythm against the window panes, consider what the Hogsmeade permission form represents beyond its simple function. It is a contract of trust between parent and child, school and family. It acknowledges the gradual unfurling of independence that all young people must experience. It recognizes that education extends beyond classroom walls into the lived experience of community. What thresholds in your own life have required permission to cross? What signatures, literal or metaphorical, have opened doors to new realms of experience. And how has your own journey from protection to independence shaped the person you have become? Chapter 3. The Tragedy of Myrtle Warren. Ghostly whispers echo through the forgotten corners of Hogwarts, where shadows linger and stories of the past remain etched in stone. Tonight, as moonlight filters through our window and the fire crackles softly beside us, we shall unravel the melancholy tale of a young witch whose life was cut tragically short, but whose presence remains woven into the very fabric of Hogwarts itself. Myrtle Elizabeth Warren arrived at Hogwarts Castle in September 1940, her trunk packed with textbooks, her wand newly purchased from Ollivanders, and her heart filled with the same mixture of excitement and trepidation that accompanies all first years as they cross the threshold into magical education. The Sorting Hat placed her in Ravenclaw, where her academic inclinations might have flourished under different circumstances. Imagine young Myrtle as she was then, a bespectacled girl with dark hair often worn in pigtails, her uniform always meticulously pressed despite the teasing she endured. For Myrtle's story is not merely one of tragedy, but of the everyday cruelties that shaped her brief existence. She was not popular among her peers. Her sensitive nature made her an easy target for the casual unkindness that sometimes festers in school corridors. The early 1940s at Hogwarts were overshadowed by external darkness. As Muggles engaged in worldwide conflict, the wizarding community faced its own gathering storm in the rise of Gellert Grindelwald. Yet for students like Myrtle, the more immediate concerns were classes, homework, and the intricate social hierarchies of adolescence. Myrtle struggled particularly with the latter, finding herself often alone and isolated. One student in particular, Olive Hornby, featured prominently in Myrtle's unhappiness. Their antagonistic relationship centered on typical teenage insecurities. Olive frequently mocked Myrtle's appearance, particularly her glasses. Four Eyes was a common taunt that echoed through the hallways, each repetition another small wound to Myrtle's already fragile self-esteem. On the fateful day in 1943, June 13th to be precise, Olive's teasing drove Myrtle to seek refuge in a familiar sanctuary, the second-floor girls' bathroom. The cool tile floor, the high windows filtering in afternoon light, the blessed solitude, all offered momentary escape from her tormentors. Myrtle entered a stall, closed the door, and allowed herself the release of tears, unaware that this ordinary moment of teenage distress would become fixed in perpetuity. For it was on this day that another student walked into that same bathroom, though student hardly captures the true nature of the 16-year-old Tom Riddle. Already walking the path toward becoming Lord Voldemort, Riddle had discovered the entrance to Salazar Slytherin's legendary Chamber of Secrets, hidden behind one of the bathroom sinks. Speaking Parseltongue, the language of serpents, he had gained entry to the chamber and taken control of the ancient monster that dwelled within. A basilisk, a giant serpent whose direct gaze brings instant death. The basilisk, responding to Riddle's commands, emerged from the chamber through the bathroom plumbing. Myrtle, hearing the strange sounds, opened her stall door at precisely the wrong moment. Her eyes met those of the basilisk, and instantly, Myrtle Elizabeth Warren's life was extinguished. Her body found cold on the bathroom floor, with no mark or wound to explain her sudden death. The stillness of that moment, the abrupt transition from life to death, holds a particular poignancy. Myrtle died as she had often lived, alone, unhappy and unseen. Her final thoughts were not of grand adventure or noble sacrifice, but of ordinary teenage hurt. The mundane nature of her emotional state in those last moments stands in stark contrast to the extraordinary magical circumstances of her death. In the aftermath, Hogwarts faced potential closure. The death of a student within its walls represented the most serious breach of safety in the school's long history. The then headmaster, Armando Dippet, initiated an investigation, but the true culprit remained hidden. Tom Riddle, cunningly deflecting suspicion, framed another student, Rubeus Hagrid, for the incident, claiming that one of Hagrid's dangerous creatures had caused Myrtle's death. This deception resulted in Hagrid's expulsion, and the snapping of his wand, while Riddle received a trophy for special services to the school, perhaps the bitterest irony in this already tragic tale. But Myrtle's story did not end with her death. In a relatively rare magical occurrence, she returned as a ghost, choosing to haunt the very site of her demise. While the precise mechanics of ghost formation in the wizarding world remain somewhat mysterious, it seems that those who fear death or harbor intense unresolved emotions at the moment of passing are more likely to leave behind a spectral imprint. Myrtle's ghost manifested with all the emotional volatility that characterized her living personality, perhaps even amplified by death's transformation. Her moaning, wailing, and frequent flooding of the bathroom became so notorious that students began referring to her as Moaning Myrtle, a nickname that reflected both her audible distress and the somewhat callous attitude of the living toward spectral suffering. Her initial haunting focused intensely on Olive Hornby, the girl whose teasing had driven Myrtle to the bathroom on that fatal day. Myrtle followed Olive relentlessly, appearing in mirrors, materializing during meals, emerging from taps and toilets, until Olive eventually appealed to the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry ruled that Myrtle must confine her haunting to Hogwarts, giving Olive relief but effectively binding Myrtle to the scene of her death for eternity. The bathroom became Myrtle's domain, a watery kingdom of dripping taps and occasional floods when her emotions overwhelmed her. Students avoided the space when possible, creating an ironic echo of Myrtle's living isolation. In death, as in life, she remained apart, observed primarily as an oddity or inconvenience rather than as a person with her own complex inner world. For decades, Myrtle haunted her bathroom, a spectral fixture of Hogwarts life, her tragedy fading into background lore as generations of students passed through the castle. But in 1992, nearly 50 years after her death, Myrtle's story resurfaced with renewed significance when Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger began investigating the Chamber of Secrets. In their interactions with Myrtle, we glimpse something often overlooked: her personhood. Despite her theatrical moaning and emotional outbursts, Myrtle demonstrates moments of genuine helpfulness and even flickers of inappropriate attraction to Harry. These qualities remind us that ghosts, in the wizarding world, retain much of their human complexity rather than becoming simple echoes of their moment of death. Most significantly, Myrtle was able to provide Harry with the crucial information about her death, seeing a pair of great yellow eyes by the sink that helped identify the basilisk and eventually led to finding the chamber's entrance. In this way, decades after her death, Myrtle played a role in preventing history from repeating itself. Her memory, preserved in her ghostly form, provided the clue that helped stop the very creature and legacy that had taken her life. There is a particular poignancy in this circular narrative, the victim unwittingly helping to defeat her killer. Though Myrtle never learned the full truth of her death or achieved any conventional form of justice, her continued existence and her interaction with Harry Potter created a kind of meaning from her tragedy. Her death, senseless and arbitrary as it was, ultimately contributed to the unraveling of Tom Riddle's first attempt to purge Hogwarts of those he deemed unworthy. The story of Myrtle Warren invites us to consider the ripples that extend from all lives, no matter how seemingly small or overlooked. Her ordinary existence, cut short by extraordinary evil, nonetheless left a permanent mark on Hogwarts history. Her ghostly presence, initially a manifestation of unresolved trauma, eventually served a purpose she could never have imagined in life. As our fire dims and the night deepens around us, consider the overlooked corners of your own world. What forgotten stories linger there, waiting to be acknowledged? What seemingly insignificant encounters might later prove to be turning points in a larger narrative? In the tapestry of existence, even the smallest threads, like the brief life of a bullied Ravenclaw girl, can ultimately become essential to the pattern's completion. Chapter 4. The magical reverberations of prior spells. Magic leaves traces. In the stillness of this evening, as shadows lengthen across our room and the fire burns low, consider how actions echo through time. none more so than the casting of spells in the wizarding world. The wand movements may cease, the incantations may fade to silence, but the essence of magic lingers, invisible but detectable to those who know how to perceive it. The phenomenon known among magical theorists as spell residue, or magical reverberation, is among the most subtle and complex aspects of magical theory. Unlike the visible effects of spells themselves, objects levitating, water conjured, enemies stunned, these reverberations exist in a liminal space between presence and absence, detectable only through specialized magic and trained perception. The most widely known method for detecting prior spellwork is the Priori Incantatem effect, sometimes called the reverse spell effect. When properly invoked between two wands, this phenomenon forces a wand to display echoes of the spells it has most recently performed, in reverse chronological order. These echoes appear as ghostly projections, silvery shadows of the original magic that reveal not only which spells were cast, but often details of their execution and effect. The theoretical foundation for Priori Incantatem rests on the understanding that wands are not merely channels for a witch or wizard's magical intent, but semi-sentient repositories of magical memory. The core of each wand, whether phoenix feather, dragon heartstring, unicorn hair, or more unusual substances, retains an impression of every spell channeled through it, much as the rings of a tree record, seasons of growth. This property becomes most dramatically evident in the rare case of wands sharing identical cores from the same magical creature. Such wands, considered brothers or sisters, produce the most powerful reverberations when forced to work against each other. The golden thread of light that connects such wands during conflict represents the magical resonance between their cores, a visible manifestation of their shared origin. Beyond the dramatic manifestation of Priori Incantatem, more subtle methods exist for detecting magical reverberations. Aurors and magical law enforcement officials employ specialized detection spells that reveal layers of magic performed in a particular location. These detection spells operate on principles similar to those used in Muggle forensic science, allowing trained wizards to read the magical history of a scene. One such spell, Prior Incantato, serves as a simplified version of Priori Incantatem, allowing an investigator to determine the last spell cast by a specific wand without the dramatic confrontation between brother wands. This spell proves invaluable in magical investigations, particularly in cases where a wand has been used for nefarious purposes and then abandoned or confiscated. Imagine standing in a room where powerful magic has recently been performed. To most observers, nothing would appear unusual, but to a trained auror casting the appropriate detection charms, the space would reveal layers of magical activity, perhaps appearing as overlapping auras of color, each representing a different spell. The most recently cast spells would appear brightest, with older magic fading to dimmer shades as time passes. The temporal persistence of magical reverberations varies widely depending on the power of the original spell, the skill of the caster, and the nature of the magic itself. Minor charms may leave traces detectable for only hours or days, while powerful curses can leave reverberations that linger for years or even centuries. The unforgivable curses, for instance, leave particularly enduring magical signatures, one reason they are so easily identified by magical law enforcement. Consider the events at Godric's Hollow on that fateful Halloween night in 1981. When ministry officials arrived at the destroyed Potter Cottage, the magical reverberations were still powerful enough to provide a clear sequence of events. The protective enchantments breached, the killing curses cast, and most significantly, the unprecedented magical backlash that occurred when Voldemort's curse rebounded upon himself. These magical traces provided crucial evidence that something extraordinary had occurred, that somehow, incredibly, an infant Harry Potter had survived what no other wizard had. The ability to detect and interpret magical reverberations requires specialized training. At the Auror office, apprentices spend months learning to distinguish between different magical signatures, identifying not just which spells were cast, but often who cast them. The magical reverberation carries something of the caster's magical signature, as unique as a fingerprint or voice pattern. In the Department of Mysteries, Unspeakables study these phenomena at an even deeper level, examining how magical reverberations interact with time, space, and consciousness. Their research suggests that particularly powerful magic may actually alter the magical properties of the physical location where it was cast, creating what they term magically significant locations, places where certain types of spells become easier to perform because of the magical history embedded in the very fabric of the place. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry represents perhaps the most dramatic example of this phenomenon. After 1,000 years of concentrated magical education, the castle itself has absorbed so many magical reverberations that it has developed a kind of semi-sentience. The moving staircases, the room of requirement, and the castle's tendency to reveal secret passages to those in need all suggest that the accumulated magical residue has transformed the building into something more than mere stone and mortar. On a more practical level, the detection of prior spells played a crucial role in many key events throughout the Second Wizarding War. When Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter visited the cave where Voldemort had hidden a Horcrux, Dumbledore's ability to detect the reverberations of prior enchantments allowed them to navigate the magical defenses. His trained perception could feel where invisible barriers existed and where magical triggers lay dormant, waiting to be activated. Similarly, when Bill Weasley worked as a curse breaker for Gringotts, his primary skill lay in detecting and unraveling the magical reverberations left by ancient protective enchantments. Egyptian tombs, having been sealed with powerful magic millennia ago, presented particularly complex layerings of spell residue that required extraordinary sensitivity and skill to navigate safely. The subtle science of detecting prior magic also extends to objects, not just locations. Certain items absorb magical reverberations more readily than others, a property that makes them valuable for both protective and nefarious purposes. Magical artifacts that have absorbed centuries of ambient magic in places like Hogwarts or the Ministry of Magic often develop unexpected properties, sometimes beneficial, sometimes dangerous. Consider the Mirror of Erised, which shows viewers their deepest desires. Magic theorists speculate that this mirror was originally an ordinary magical mirror, perhaps designed simply to show flattering reflections. Over centuries of exposure to the deepest longings of countless wizards and witches who gazed into it, the mirror absorbed these emotional and magical reverberations until it developed its current extraordinary properties. The concept of magical reverberations offers a window into understanding how the wizarding world operates on a fundamental level. Magic is not merely a tool to be used and forgotten, but a force that accumulates, resonates, and persists. Every spell cast leaves its mark on the world, whether visible or invisible, contributing to the rich tapestry of magical energy that surrounds and permeates places of magical significance. In the events leading to Voldemort's final defeat, the ability to detect and interpret these magical traces proved crucial multiple times. Harry Potter's understanding that the Elder Wand would retain the magical memory of its true master, regardless of who physically possessed it, allowed him to anticipate how the wand would respond in his final confrontation with Voldemort. The wand remembered, as all magic remembers in its way, and that memory proved more powerful than Voldemort's momentary possession. As our evening together draws to a close, and the fire burns down to its final embers, consider the traces your own actions leave behind in the world. If magic leaves reverberations that can be detected years later, what subtle influences might our words, deeds, and intentions leave in their wake? How might the emotional and spiritual spells we cast in our daily lives linger, shaping spaces and relationships in ways invisible but nonetheless real? Chapter 5. The Monument to the Battle of Hogwarts. In the gentle quiet of evening, as our candles cast long shadows across the room, let us turn our thoughts to remembrance, to stone and magic, woven together to honor those who stood against darkness. The monument to the Battle of Hogwarts stands as a testament not merely to victory, but to sacrifice, courage, and the enduring power of memory in the wizarding world. In the months following the Battle of Hogwarts on May 2nd, 1998, as the wizarding community began its slow recovery from the Second Wizarding War, the question of how to commemorate the battle and honor its fallen heroes arose with growing urgency. The grounds of Hogwarts, scarred by combat and stained with the blood of both the innocent and the valiant, demanded some marker, some acknowledgement of what had transpired there. The monument's creation was not a simple matter. How does one encapsulate in physical form a moment that altered the course of wizarding history? How does one honor the dead while offering hope to the living? These questions occupied the finest magical minds of the era. As they contemplated an appropriate memorial, a committee formed of surviving Order of the Phoenix members, Hogwarts staff and ministry officials, including Kingsley Shacklebolt, who would soon become Minister for Magic, Minerva McGonagall, and Arthur Weasley, oversaw the project. They sought a design that would capture both the sorrow and triumph of that fateful day, a monument that would speak to future generations of what had been won and what had been lost. After much deliberation, the committee selected a design proposed by a previously unknown magical artist, Elora Zabini, whose vision combined classical memorial elements with distinctly magical properties. Her concept centered around a circular monument of white marble, positioned on the edge of the Hogwarts grounds, near where the final confrontation between Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort had taken place. The construction began on the first anniversary of the battle. The foundation stone was laid in a solemn ceremony, attended by survivors, families of the fallen, and dignitaries from throughout the wizarding world. Minerva McGonagall, then headmistress of Hogwarts, spoke words that would later be inscribed at the monument's base. "We stand where they fell that others might stand in freedom." The monument's physical creation involved both traditional masonry techniques and complex magical craftsmanship. The marble came from the same quarry that had provided stone for Hogwarts Castle a millennium earlier, creating a symbolic connection between the school's founding and its defense. Master stone carvers worked alongside charm specialists to imbue the memorial with both physical beauty and magical significance. Rising from a circular base 12 meters in diameter, the monument features a central obelisk surrounded by 3 concentric rings of white marble. The innermost ring bears the names of all who fell defending Hogwarts that day, from students like Colin Creevey to teachers like Remus Lupin and aurors like Nymphadora Tonks. Each name is rendered in letters of bronze that seem to shimmer with an inner light, especially visible at dawn and dusk. The middle ring displays scenes from the battle itself, carved in relief with such extraordinary detail that they almost seem to move, though they are not animated in the manner of wizarding photographs. These carvings depict not individual acts of heroism, though there were many, but rather the collective resistance, students and teachers standing side by side, centaurs emerging from the forest, house elves wielding kitchen implements as weapons. The message is clear. The victory belonged not to any one person, but to all who chose to stand against tyranny. The outermost ring bears inscriptions of the principles for which the defenders fought, snippets from the Hogwarts school song, quotes from Albus Dumbledore about love and choice, and statements about magical equality and cooperation. These words encircle the monument like a protective charm, reminding visitors of the ideals that ultimately triumphed over Lord Voldemort's vision of purity and power. The central obelisk rises 20 meters into the air, its white surface catching the light at all hours of the day. During the monument's creation, an extraordinary magical innovation was incorporated into this central pillar, a variation of the Protean charm, linked to the magical quill that records the birth of magical children throughout Britain. When a new witch or wizard is born, their name appears momentarily on the obelisk in letters of gold before fading away, a symbol of renewal and the continuation of magical life despite the losses suffered. Perhaps the most remarkable feature of the monument, however, is invisible to the ordinary observer. Woven throughout the marble are strands of Phoenix song, captured and preserved through a magical process developed specifically for the memorial. Those who have experienced great loss, or who arrive at the monument in a state of deep grief, sometimes report hearing faint, beautiful music emanating from the stone, music that brings not happiness, but a sense of peace and the courage to continue. The magical properties of the monument extend to its interaction with the surrounding environment. The marble never becomes weathered or stained, regardless of the Scottish Highland elements. Snow never accumulates on its surface, and most notably, no dark magical creature can approach within 20 meters of its circumference, not because of repelling enchantments, but because the concentrated magic of remembrance and love infused in the stone creates a natural barrier against forces of darkness. On the anniversary of the battle each year, the monument undergoes a remarkable transformation. From sunset on May 1st until sunrise on May 3rd, the white marble glows with a soft silver-blue light, reminiscent of a Patronus charm. During these hours, the names of the fallen shine more brightly, and many survivors and family members make pilgrimages to witness this annual phenomenon, which was designed to coincide exactly with the time frame of the battle itself. The monument has become more than a memorial. It is now a place of education, reflection, and healing. Hogwarts students visit as part of their History of Magic curriculum, learning about the battle not as distant historical events, but as the lived experiences of those who walked the same corridors they now traverse. Tourists from magical communities worldwide come to pay their respects, and most poignantly, those who fought in the battle often return to find solace and connection with their memories. Harry Potter himself reportedly visits the monument each year, though he never attends the official ceremonies. Groundskeeper Hagrid has mentioned seeing a solitary figure standing before the memorial in the pre-dawn hours of May 2nd, sometimes accompanied by a red-haired woman presumed to be Ginny Weasley Potter. What words or thoughts pass between the boy who lived and the monument to a battle that defined his young life remain private, a personal communion between memory and the man who carries so many of them. The monument has inspired similar memorials throughout the wizarding world. A smaller replica stands in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, and magical communities from France to Japan have created their own tributes, acknowledging that Voldemort's defeat represented a victory for magical peoples everywhere. But none capture the solemn beauty and magical resonance of the original at Hogwarts, standing on the very ground where so much was lost and won. Visitors to the monument often leave small tokens, flowers that never wilt, enchanted candles that burn with colored flames, personal letters that dissolve into sparks of light as night falls. These offerings create a constantly evolving landscape around the white marble, a living testament to the ongoing process of remembrance. As our fire burns low and night deepens around us, consider the power of monuments to connect us across time, to make tangible what might otherwise fade from memory. The monument to the Battle of Hogwarts stands not merely as stone and magic, but as a bridge between those who remember firsthand and those who must learn through stories like the one we've shared tonight. What memories do you carry that deserve monuments of their own? What acts of courage or sacrifice, witnessed or experienced, would you immortalize in stone and magic if you could? For in our remembering, in our refusal to let significant moments slip away unmarked, we become part of the endless conversation between past and future, between what was lost and what might yet be gained. Chapter 6. The flight pattern of bludgers. As twilight deepens outside our window, and the stars begin to emerge against the darkening sky, let us turn our attention to one of the most feared objects in wizarding sport, the humble yet terrifying bludger. While the golden snitch may capture the imagination with its elusive beauty, it is the bludger that commands respect through sheer brutal purpose. Imagine, if you will, a solid iron sphere, 10 inches in diameter, enchanted with a singular purpose, to unseat, unbalance, and ultimately unhorse any player in its vicinity. The magical nature of the bludger creates one of the most fascinating and complex flight patterns in the wizarding world, a marriage of purpose, enchantment, and chaotic aggression that has challenged players for centuries. The creation of a regulation Quidditch bludger is a process steeped in tradition, and governed by strict international standards. The iron must be smelted under specific conditions, incorporating trace amounts of magical metals, primarily silver and meteorite dust, to enhance its receptivity to enchantment. Once cast and cooled, the sphere undergoes a series of complex charms performed by specialists, certified by the Department of Magical Games and Sports. The primary enchantment, known as the autonomy charm, gives the bludger its self-propelled motion and rudimentary targeting intelligence. This charm creates what magical theorists call purpose without consciousness. The bludger cannot think, yet it acts with apparent intent. Layered over this foundation are durability charms, preventing damage from bat strikes, velocity enchantments, maintaining speed regardless of weather conditions, and most importantly, the complex detection and pursuit spells that give bludgers their distinctive hunting behavior. The flight pattern of a properly enchanted bludger follows what Quidditch theorists call predatory randomization. At rest, when confined in the Quidditch case, the bludger vibrates with constrained energy. Upon release at the beginning of a match, it typically shoots upward, gaining altitude before beginning its first hunting sweep. Rather than flying in predictable lines or arcs, the bludger moves in what appears to be erratic jerks and sudden changes of direction, a pattern designed to make its movements difficult to anticipate. What makes this flight pattern particularly fascinating is its adaptability. A bludger in a professional match will not waste energy pursuing distant targets when closer ones are available. It exhibits a form of proximity prioritization, generally focusing on the nearest player, but occasionally breaking from this pattern in ways that have led many to suspect more sophisticated magic than officially acknowledged. The Wimburne Wasp's legendary beater, Ludo Bagman, once famously claimed he could predict a bludger's movement by its mood, suggesting that bludgers develop individual tendencies over time. While dismissed by magical sports theorists as superstition, many professional beaters insist they can identify subtle differences between individual bludgers, even claiming that older bludgers in long use develop more complex flight patterns than newly enchanted ones. Consider the extraordinary demands this places on the beaters in any Quidditch match. They must track these semi-sentient iron projectiles as they dart across the pitch at speeds approaching 60 miles per hour, anticipate their next movement, and position themselves to intercept and redirect them, all while maintaining their own position on broomsticks and coordinating with teammates. It is little wonder that professional beaters typically suffer more injuries during their careers than any other position, with the possible exception of seekers. The flight pattern becomes even more complex when we consider what happens after a bludger is struck by a beater's bat. The impact temporarily overrides the bludger's autonomous enchantments, forcing it into a new trajectory. For approximately 3 seconds, the bludger will travel in the direction it was hit before its inherent magic reasserts control and it resumes its hunting pattern. This brief window of predictable flight is what allows skilled beaters to use bludgers strategically, targeting opposing players with precision rather than merely defending their own teammates. The Holyhead Harpies beater Gwenog Jones revolutionized bludger strategy in the 1980s with her innovative triple tap technique, striking a bludger with measured force 3 times in rapid succession to create a zigzagging flight path, nearly impossible for the targeted player to evade. This technique demands extraordinary timing and spatial awareness, as the beater must predict not only where the bludger will be for each strike, but where the target will be when the bludger's magic reactivates. Weather conditions add another layer of complexity to bludger flight patterns. While the enchantments maintain consistent speed, regardless of wind or precipitation, visibility challenges can make their erratic movements even more treacherous to track. In the infamous blizzard match between Puddlemere United and the Montrose Magpies in 1931, both teams' beaters lost track of the bludgers entirely for nearly 20 minutes, resulting in what commentators later described as aerial pinball, as the iron spheres ricocheted unpredictably among barely visible players. The history of Quidditch includes numerous attempts to improve upon the bludger's design, most notably Horton Keach's experimental wizard-seeking bludger of 1902, which was encased in magnetically enchanted silver and designed to target the magical aura of nearby wizards with greater precision. These bludgers proved too effective, following players off the pitch and even pursuing them into the changing rooms, and were banned after a single exhibition match. Perhaps the most infamous modification of a bludger's flight pattern occurred during Harry Potter's second year at Hogwarts, when a house elf named Dobby tampered with one of the school bludgers, altering its targeting enchantments to focus exclusively on Harry Potter. This unprecedented specificity in targeting revealed something remarkable about bludger magic. The standard enchantments actually include safeguards against such single-minded pursuit. Professional bludgers are deliberately designed to distribute their aggression somewhat randomly among all players, preventing the potentially catastrophic damage that could result from concentrated attacks on a single target. The rogue bludger in that Hogwarts match demonstrated an unnatural pattern instantly recognizable to knowledgeable observers. It repeatedly doubled back on its trajectory to pursue Potter, ignoring all other viable targets and exhibiting none of the momentary diversions characteristic of standard bludger behavior. The persistence with which it hounded a single player violated the fundamental magical parameters of proper Quidditch equipment, rendering the match both dangerous and technically invalid, though the result was allowed to stand, given the unusual circumstances. For spectators, bludger flight patterns contribute significantly to the tension and excitement of watching Quidditch. Their unpredictable movements create constant background danger, transforming what might otherwise be a relatively static game of possession and position into a dynamic environment where threats materialize from unexpected angles. The distinctive sound of a bludger cutting through air, a low whooshing that rises to a whistle as it accelerates, often causes entire sections of a crowd to hold their breath in anticipation of impact or last-moment evasion. In youth Quidditch leagues and school matches, modified bludgers with reduced weight and velocity are often employed, though the flight patterns remain similar. These training bludgers are typically encased in leather or heavy canvas over a wooden core, with cushioning charms that activate upon impact. While still capable of unseating an unwary flyer, they rarely cause the broken bones and concussions associated with their professional counterparts. As our fire dims to embers and the night grows deeper, consider how the bludger's chaotic yet purposeful journey across the Quidditch pitch mirrors certain aspects of our own lives. How often do we find ourselves navigating paths that seem random yet are guided by underlying patterns we may not fully understand? What unseen forces redirect our trajectories just when we believe we know where we're headed? And how might we, like skilled beaters, learn to anticipate and even harness the apparent chaos around us, turning what might cause harm into opportunities for strategic advantage? Chapter 7. The Yule Ball Tradition. Crystal frost etches delicate patterns across window panes as winter settles over the wizarding world. Within enchanted halls, candles multiply, and suits of armor sing carols in sometimes harmonious chorus. In this season of celebration and reflection, let us explore one of the most elegant traditions in magical education, the Yule Ball, a night of formal dancing, international fellowship, and the brief, shimmering transformation of students into their most graceful selves. The Yule Ball stands as one of the oldest formal traditions associated with the Triwizard Tournament, dating back to the competition's earliest days in the 13th century. While the tournament itself focused on magical prowess and daring, the ball represented something equally valuable: cultural exchange and social diplomacy between Europe's premier magical institutions. Picture the Great Hall of Hogwarts on the night of the Yule Ball during that fateful tournament of 1994. The usual long house tables vanished, replaced by smaller round tables draped in white linen and adorned with ice sculptures that never melted. The enchanted ceiling above reflected a clear winter night, stars twinkling amongst magical frost patterns that occasionally rearranged themselves into seasonal constellations. The walls, transformed into glittering surfaces reminiscent of ice palaces from northern fairy tales, cast a soft blue-white glow over the proceedings. But the tradition extends far beyond mere decoration, rooted deeply in the magical history of midwinter celebrations. The timing of the Yule Ball traditionally falls on the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, a time when magical energies have historically been believed to peak in the northern European traditions that shaped much of wizarding culture. Ancient magical communities marked this astronomical event with celebrations designed to honor the turning of the year and the promise of returning light. The formal dance that evolved into the modern Yule Ball began as a more ceremonial affair, with students and faculty from the three schools performing choreographed movements believed to harmonize with celestial rhythms and strengthen the magical bonds between their institutions. Over centuries, as magical society evolved and absorbed influences from Muggle court culture, the ceremony transformed into a more recognizable formal ball. By the 17th century, records indicate that the Yule Ball had adopted many of the fashionable dance styles of European nobility, though always maintaining distinctive magical elements, enchanted musical instruments that played without musicians, dance floors that subtly guided participants through complex steps, and decorations that responded to the collective mood of the gathering. The modern Yule Ball retains echoes of these historical elements, while serving as an important social milestone for young witches and wizards. For many students, particularly those from wizarding families with traditional values, the ball represents a formal introduction to the social aspects of adult magical society. The process of inviting a partner, learning appropriate dance steps, and navigating the subtle etiquette of formal wizarding events prepares students for the social dimensions of their future professional lives. Consider the meticulous preparation that precedes the event. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick traditionally take responsibility for teaching basic dance steps to Hogwarts students in the weeks before the ball. These lessons, often met with initial embarrassment and reluctance, particularly from male students, nevertheless transmit important cultural knowledge. The traditional opening waltz, performed by champions and their partners, follows patterns established centuries ago, with magical flourishes that would be impossible in Muggle dancing. Brief moments of synchronized levitation at key musical crescendos, steps that leave temporary trails of magical light across the floor, turns that incorporate small enchanted whirlwinds. The attire for the Yule Ball reflects the event's significance as a bridge between educational and adult wizarding society. Dress robes, rarely worn by students outside this occasion, connect young witches and wizards to the formal clothing traditions of their community. These garments often incorporate family history, handed down through generations, adorned with enchantments that preserve fabric and adjust fit, sometimes carrying subtle magical emblems of family allegiance or regional origin. For Muggle-born students, the Yule Ball often presents their first immersion in specifically wizarding formal culture. While some aspects parallel Muggle formal events, the magical dimensions create an experience unlike anything in the non-magical world. Refreshments that change flavor with each sip, enchanted corsages that bloom in response to the wearer's emotions, and magical photography that captures not just images, but brief moments of movement and emotion, all introduce Muggle-born students to the distinctive character of wizarding celebration. The international dimension of the Yule Ball serves crucial diplomatic functions beyond mere entertainment. By bringing together students from Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang in a context that highlights cultural exchange rather than competition, the ball fosters connections that frequently extend beyond the tournament itself. Historical records from the Department of International Magical Cooperation document numerous professional collaborations, magical research partnerships, and even marriages that traced their origins to acquaintances formed during Yule Balls of previous centuries. Music plays a central role in the Yule Ball tradition, with each host school typically showcasing both traditional and contemporary magical musical forms. The 1994 ball featured the Weird Sisters, a popular wizarding band that blended magical and Muggle musical influences, a choice that reflected Hogwarts' increasingly progressive approach to wizard-Muggle cultural exchange. In previous centuries, the musical accompaniment was more strictly traditional, featuring enchanted instruments performing classical wizarding compositions from the host school's national tradition. The dancing itself follows a careful progression throughout the evening. After The formal opening waltz performed by tournament champions and their partners. The ball traditionally moves through increasingly less formal dances, beginning with structured ballroom styles and gradually transitioning to more contemporary forms that allow greater freedom of expression. This progression symbolizes the student's own journey from the structured environment of magical education toward the greater autonomy of adult wizarding life. For many students, the Yule Ball represents a night of transformation, not through potions or transfiguration, but through context and perspective. Classmates who have been viewed solely as academic peers or Quidditch opponents suddenly appear in new light, revealed as multidimensional individuals with hidden graces or unexpected social dimensions. The quiet student who rarely speaks in charms class might prove an accomplished dancer. The intimidating Quidditch captain might display surprising gentleness in formal social settings. These moments of seeing beyond established perceptions echo the deeper purpose of international magical cooperation that the Tri-Wizard tournament was designed to foster. Just as students reconsider their classmates, participants from different schools discover the humanity and individuality behind national stereotypes and school rivalries. French, British, and Northern European magical traditions, each with their own proud histories and occasional prejudices, find common ground in shared celebration. The conclusion of the Yule Ball traditionally features a final dance at midnight, often a slower, more ceremonial piece that echoes the ancient solstice traditions from which the ball evolved. As the music fades, enchanted snow sometimes falls from the ceiling, evaporating before it reaches the dancers below, symbolizing the ephemerality of the evening and the return to ordinary school life that will follow. Yet the effects of the Yule Ball linger far beyond the evening itself. New friendships formed, potential romances kindled, cultural horizons expanded. These outcomes fulfill the ball's purpose as more than mere entertainment. In the complex social ecosystem of magical education, such events provide crucial counterbalance to academic competition and house rivalries, reminding students that their identities extend beyond classroom performance or Quidditch talent. As the embers in our fire glow softly in the darkness, consider the dances that have shaped your own story, literal or metaphorical. When have you found yourself transformed, however briefly, by stepping into an unfamiliar role or seeing familiar companions in new light? What music guides the formal and informal dances of your own life? And what partners have joined you, however briefly, as you move across the floor of your personal Great Hall? Chapter 8. The Legacy of Merlin. Beneath the silent watch of stars, as shadows stretch long across our quiet sanctuary, let us journey back to the dawn of organized wizardry in Britain, to a time when magic and mundane existed in precarious balance, when the foundations of modern magical society were first laid by a singular figure whose name remains synonymous with wizarding achievement to this day, Merlin. The name itself carries a weight unlike any other in magical history. In the Muggle world, Merlin exists as legend, a figure of folklore and fantasy. But to witches and wizards, Merlin Ambrosius, or Myrddin Emrys, as he was known in his native Welsh, represents something far more tangible, the architect of the coexistence that has defined wizarding life for centuries, the greatest practitioner of benevolent magic in recorded history, and the standard against which all subsequent magical achievement is measured. Born sometime in the late 5th century, during the tumultuous years following Rome's withdrawal from Britain, Merlin entered a world where magic was practiced openly but chaotically. No formal education existed for young witches and wizards. Magical knowledge was passed through family lines or small local traditions, often jealously guarded and limited by geographical and linguistic boundaries. Into this fragmented magical landscape came a child of extraordinary gifts, a wizard whose magical perception and innate abilities surpassed anything previously recorded. Historical accounts of Merlin's early life vary considerably. Some chronicles, primarily those preserved in the restricted section at Hogwarts, suggest he was born to a witch mother and a Muggle father, a heritage that would later influence his approach to wizard-muggle relations. Other sources claim a more mysterious origin, speaking of conception without a human father, of magical intervention that blessed an ordinary woman with an extraordinary child. Whatever the truth of his parentage, by his adolescence, Merlin had already gathered around himself a collection of magical practitioners who recognized his unprecedented talents. What distinguished Merlin from other powerful wizards of his era was not merely the scope of his abilities, but his vision for how magic should exist within the wider world. At a time when many witches and wizards used their powers to dominate muggles or isolate themselves entirely, Merlin advocated for a third path: integration with appropriate boundaries, service without subjugation, the use of magic to guide rather than to rule. This philosophy found its most famous expression in his relationship with Arthur Pendragon, the once and future king, whose court at Camelot represents the most significant documented collaboration between magical and non-magical governance before the modern era. As Arthur's advisor, Merlin demonstrated a model for how wizarding influence could support Muggle society without controlling it, a delicate balance that would eventually inform the establishment of the International Statute of Secrecy nearly 1,000 years later. Merlin's magical innovations were as revolutionary as his social philosophy. He is credited with developing many spells still in use today, including early versions of several defensive charms taught in contemporary Hogwarts curriculum. Most significantly, he pioneered the systematization of spellwork, moving wizardry away from individualistic intuitive magic towards standardized incantations and wand movements that could be reliably taught and replicated. The creation of the Order of Merlin in the Middle Ages both honored his memory and institutionalized his values. Originally founded as an organization promoting Muggle rights and wizard-Muggle cooperation, the Order eventually evolved into the prestigious award we know today, bestowed for outstanding service to wizardkind. The transformation of the Order reflects the evolving relationship between the magical and non-magical worlds, but its name continues to invoke the principle that magic carries with it moral responsibilities. Perhaps Merlin's most enduring legacy lies in the educational traditions he established. While Hogwarts would not be founded until long after his death, Merlin created the first documented school for magical instruction, gathering talented young witches and wizards for structured learning, rather than the apprenticeship model that had previously dominated. His curriculum balanced practical spellwork with ethical instruction, establishing the pattern that magical education should address both the how and the why of wizardry. The physical artifacts associated with Merlin have acquired almost mythical status. His wand, reportedly fashioned from oak with a core of lightning-struck ash, has never been definitively located, though rumors of its whereabouts surface periodically in wizarding publications. His personal grimoire, a spellbook containing magical discoveries deemed too powerful or complex for general knowledge, is believed to be secured in the Department of Mysteries, though ministry officials neither confirm nor deny this speculation. In portraiture and statuary throughout the wizarding world, Merlin is typically depicted as a tall figure with flowing white hair and beard, often wearing deep blue robes embellished with silver astronomical symbols. This iconic image graces everything from chocolate frog cards to the ceiling of the British Ministry of Magic's main atrium, yet historical evidence suggests a more complex reality. Documents from his era describe a man who maintained a youthful appearance well into advanced age, who often dressed simply to move unnoticed among Muggles, and whose most remarkable physical feature was his eyes, described variously as containing galaxies, or reflecting the depth of the ocean. The magical techniques that allowed Merlin his legendary longevity remain subjects of scholarly debate. While the average wizarding lifespan exceeds that of Muggles, Merlin's reported 3-century existence goes well beyond normal magical aging. Some magical historians suggest he mastered a precursor to the Philosopher's Stone. Others propose he discovered unique applications of time magic now lost to modern practitioners. The most poetic accounts claim he lived backward through time, born aged and growing younger throughout his life. though this theory finds little support among serious magical scholars. Merlin's eventual fate remains the greatest mystery in his storied life. Unlike Nicholas Flamel or Albus Dumbledore, no definitive record exists of Merlin's death. The most widely accepted narrative describes his retreat to a crystal cave, where he entered a form of suspended animation, neither alive nor dead, but existing in a state of magical preservation, until some future time when Britain faces its greatest need. More pragmatic historians suggest he simply withdrew from public life in his later years, perhaps living quietly among Muggles, or in one of the magical forests that dotted ancient Britain. This ambiguous ending to his earthly story has spawned centuries of Merlin sightings throughout the wizarding world. Every generation produces reports of encounters with an extraordinarily powerful elderly wizard who provides guidance before mysteriously disappearing. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement maintains a special file for such reports, though they are generally regarded as cases of mistaken identity or wishful thinking rather than genuine appearances of the historical figure. Regardless of how his physical existence concluded, Merlin's philosophical and magical influence permeates every aspect of modern wizarding society. The very exclamation, "Merlin's beard," a common expression of surprise or dismay among British witches and wizards, demonstrates how thoroughly his legacy has been absorbed into the cultural consciousness of the magical community. For students at Hogwarts and other magical schools worldwide, Merlin represents both inspiration and aspiration. First years arrive with heads filled with stories of his magical prowess. Graduates depart, hoping to embody something of his wisdom and ethical approach to magical power. This educational impact may be his most significant legacy, the understanding that great magic requires great responsibility, that wizarding power must be tempered with wisdom and compassion. As our fire dims to glowing embers and night deepens around us, consider what it means for a single life to echo through centuries, shaping institutions and values long after personal memory of the individual has faded into legend. In what ways do our own actions, however humble compared to those of Merlin himself, create ripples that may continue beyond our awareness? What wisdom might we contribute? What balanced perspective might we offer to the ongoing story of how human beings, magical and non-magical alike, might live together in this complex and wonder-filled world? Chapter 9. The Scar Connection Between Harry and Voldemort. Lightning splits the darkness, illuminating our room for just a moment before fading away, leaving its impression lingering in our vision. How fitting, as we turn our attention to perhaps the most famous scar in wizarding history, the lightning bolt that marked Harry Potter, not just physically, but magically, creating a connection between the boy who lived and the darkest wizard of modern times. The scar itself seems unremarkable at first glance, a jagged line on the forehead of a young wizard, resembling a bolt of lightning in its shape. Yet this physical mark represented something unprecedented in magical history, a living connection between two wizards, forged in the moment when ancient protective magic met with the darkest of curses. On that fateful Halloween night in Godric's Hollow, when Lord Voldemort cast the killing curse upon infant Harry Potter, multiple extraordinary magical circumstances converged. First, there was Lily Potter's willing sacrifice, invoking ancient blood magic that created a powerful protective shield around her son. Second, there was the killing curse itself, Avada Kedavra, a spell designed specifically to separate soul from body, to sever the connection between the physical and metaphysical elements that constitute a living being. When these two powerful magical forces collided, something occurred that no wizard had witnessed before. The killing curse rebounded, striking its caster instead of its intended victim. But in that moment of magical catastrophe, a fragment of Voldemort's already damaged and unstable soul was torn away and attached itself to the only living being in the vicinity, Harry himself. The lightning scar marked the point of this magical fusion, the visible manifestation of an invisible connection. While ordinary magical wounds can be healed without trace by skilled healers, this scar proved resistant to all magical treatment. It remained a permanent reminder of that night, because it was not merely a wound but a boundary between two souls now partially intertwined. The practical implications of this connection would not become apparent until years later, when Harry began experiencing visions and sensations that originated in Voldemort's mind. The nature of this connection defied conventional magical understanding. It was neither legilimency nor any other documented form of magical communication. Rather, it represented something unique, a consequence of having a fragment of Voldemort's soul embedded within Harry's own being. From a theoretical perspective, the scar connection exhibited fascinating magical properties. First observed was its sensitivity to proximity. When Voldemort touched Harry during their confrontation at the end of Harry's first year at Hogwarts, the scar erupted in excruciating pain. This represented the magical equivalent of feedback, the fragment of soul responding to the presence of its original source. As Voldemort grew stronger following his physical resurrection, the connection deepened and became bidirectional. No longer did Harry merely sense Voldemort's presence. He began experiencing the Dark Lord's emotions, seeing through his eyes during moments of particular intensity, and eventually accessing memories and thoughts not intentionally projected. This progression suggests that the soul fragment, originally dormant, became increasingly active as it sensed the strengthening of its primary source. The most remarkable aspect of this connection was its inconsistent permeability. Magical theorists studying the documented cases have noted that strong emotional states, particularly anger and triumph on Voldemort's part, seem to facilitate the flow of thoughts and images between the connected minds. Conversely, the emotion of love, as Dumbledore explained to Harry, proved painful and repellent to Voldemort, temporarily severing the connection when Harry experienced particularly powerful feelings of this nature. Albus Dumbledore, with his extraordinary magical insight, recognized the scar as something far more significant than a mere curse wound early in Harry's life. Though he chose not to share his suspicions immediately, a decision he would later question, Dumbledore understood that the scar represented a form of magic so dark and so unusual that few texts even hinted at its possibility. A living Horcrux, created unintentionally in the moment when Voldemort's already fragmented soul destabilized further upon the curse's rebound. This realization informed Dumbledore's approach to Harry's education and protection. Knowing that the boy carried within him a fragment of Voldemort's soul created profound ethical and practical dilemmas. The connection provided potentially valuable intelligence about Voldemort's activities and thoughts. Yet exploiting this advantage placed Harry in considerable psychological and magical danger, exposing his mind to potential influence or possession. The decision to have Harry study occlumency, the magical art of protecting one's mind from external penetration, represented Dumbledore's attempt to mitigate these risks. Under Severus Snape's harsh tutelage, Harry struggled to master this subtle and difficult form of magic. His failure to develop adequate occlumency shields would have devastating consequences, as Voldemort eventually learned to manipulate the connection, implanting false visions that lured Harry to the Department of Mysteries and ultimately resulted in Sirius Black's death. Perhaps the most chilling aspect of the scar connection was its implications for Harry's fate, as Dumbledore eventually revealed to Snape, and as Harry himself would learn through the Pensieve. The presence of Voldemort's soul fragment meant that the boy must die for Voldemort to be truly vanquished. The scar represented not just a connection but a terrible burden. The knowledge that his own continued existence protected the very enemy he sought to defeat. From Harry's subjective experience, the scar connection manifested in various ways throughout his adolescence. Initially, it functioned primarily as a warning system, burning with pain when Voldemort was near, or experiencing strong emotions. Later, it became a conduit for increasingly vivid visions, first dreams of corridors and doors representing the Department of Mysteries, then scenes witnessed through Voldemort's eyes, as the Dark Lord tortured and killed. The psychological impact of this connection cannot be overstated. Imagine experiencing another person's emotions without warning, particularly when those emotions consist primarily of rage, triumph in others' suffering, and cold calculation. Imagine seeing through the eyes of a torturer, feeling the satisfaction of causing pain. Then imagine knowing that these experiences come from a piece of that person living within you, calling into question the boundaries of your very selfhood. What Harry experienced through the scar connection represented a form of magical violation, unlike any other documented in wizarding history. Neither possession, which is temporary, nor the imperious curse, which controls actions but not thoughts, compares to the existential horror of having one's mind periodically invaded by the consciousness of another, especially when that other is the murderer of one's parents, and the embodiment of magical malevolence. Yet, remarkably, Harry maintained his sense of self throughout this ordeal, despite moments of doubt, particularly after witnessing the attack on Arthur Weasley through the eyes of Nagini. Harry never succumbed to the influence of the soul fragment he unwittingly harbored. This resistance speaks to the power of his own identity and values, formed through love and friendship rather than fear and domination. The final resolution of the scar connection occurred in the Forbidden Forest, when Harry willingly walked to what he believed would be his death. Voldemort's killing curse, rather than destroying Harry himself, eliminated only the soul fragment that had resided within him for 17 years. In the moment of apparent defeat came unexpected liberation, Harry's survival with the connection permanently severed, signified by the scar's transformation from a magically active conduit to a simple mark, an ordinary scar at last. In magical theory, this outcome reveals something profound about the nature of souls and their resilience. Despite sharing his mental and spiritual space with a fragment of Voldemort for most of his life, Harry's essential self remained untainted. The foreign soul piece existed alongside his own, rather than merging with it, suggesting that the integrity of the soul, its fundamental wholeness, resists fragmentation or corruption from external sources. One might read in this a hopeful message about the resilience of human identity in the face of even the darkest magical influences. As our candle flickers and the night deepens around us, reflect on the boundaries of self that we so often take for granted. What does it mean to contain multitudes within a single consciousness? How might we understand our own internal contradictions, the capacity for both kindness and cruelty, courage and fear, in light of Harry's experience with the scar connection? And what scars do we all carry that, while invisible to others, connect us to experiences and relationships that have shaped the people we have become? Chapter 10. The Forgotten Wizarding Villages. Mist clings to ancient stone cottages as morning light filters through centuries-old protective enchantments. Cobblestone streets, wind between gardens where magical herbs grow alongside ordinary flowers, their properties known only to those who have inherited the knowledge of their cultivation. Tonight, as the wind whispers against our window panes, let us explore the lesser-known magical settlements of Britain, villages whose names have faded from common knowledge, but whose stones still hold the memories of generations of witches and wizards who called them home. While Hogsmeade and Godric's Hollow maintain their prominence in contemporary wizarding consciousness, they represent merely the most visible remnants of what was once a rich tapestry of magical communities spread across the British landscape. Before the International Statute of Secrecy in 1692 formalized the separation between magical and Muggle worlds, dozens of small villages throughout Britain housed significant populations of magical families living in varying degrees of integration with their non-magical neighbors. Consider Mold on the Wold, a small settlement in the Cotswolds, where the Dumbledore family once resided before relocating to Godric's Hollow, now largely abandoned by its magical inhabitants. This village once supported a thriving community of herbologists and potion makers, drawn to the area's unique soil conditions and rare native flora. The village square still contains a crumbling stone fountain, whose waters were reputed to enhance the potency of healing draughts, brewed with herbs grown within the village boundaries. Moving northward, the village of Tinworth on the Cornwall coast once served as a crucial waypoint for magical trade with continental Europe. Before the development of regulated international portkey networks, magical travelers and merchants would gather in Tinworth's Harbour Tavern, the Mermaid's Purse, awaiting favorable conditions for crossing the channel on enchanted vessels. The village maintained a careful balance between magical and Muggle residents until the mid-19th century, when increasing industrialization and tourism in Cornwall made magical concealment more challenging. The decline of Tinworth as a magical settlement accelerated after the establishment of more efficient magical transportation networks rendered its geographical advantages obsolete. Today, only 3 wizarding families remain among its permanent residents, though Bill and Fleur Weasley's nearby Shell Cottage represents a small resurgence of magical presence in the area. Perhaps the most fascinating of Britain's forgotten magical villages is Flagley in the Mire, located in the Yorkshire moors. Unlike settlements that evolved organically with mixed magical and Muggle populations, Flagley was established deliberately as a magical refuge during the height of witch persecutions in the 16th century. The village core was built around a natural convergence of ley lines, invisible channels of magical energy that crisscrossed the landscape, creating a place where protective enchantments could be maintained with minimal effort and where magical practice required less concentration due to the ambient magical energy. Flagley's most distinctive feature was its central meeting hall, constructed with wood harvested exclusively during full moons from trees grown in soil, mixed with powdered moonstone. This architectural choice created a structure particularly conducive to divination and astronomical magic. Monthly gatherings of the village's residents for celestial observations and predictions became renowned throughout Wizarding Britain, with families traveling considerable distances to consult with Flagley's seers during significant astrological events. The village's decline came not from external pressures, but from internal conflict. A bitter dispute in the early 18th century between 2 prominent families, the Allertons and the Higgses, over divination methodologies, escalated into a feud that eventually fractured the community. The resulting exodus of residents to other magical settlements left Flagley diminished, its unique magical properties increasingly forgotten, as fewer witches and wizards remained to maintain the community's traditions and knowledge. Upper Flagley, as it came to be known, still exists as a predominantly Muggle village, with only the occasional oddity, gardens where certain plants grow with unusual vigor, household pets that display unexpected intelligence, and a local legend about the village hall being lucky for important decisions, hinting at its magical heritage. The village of Lower Crowton in Lancashire represents yet another variation in the pattern of magical settlements. Unlike communities established around geographical features with inherent magical properties, Lower Crowton developed its significance through historical accident. In 1487, a minor wizarding duel between rivals escalated unexpectedly when a deflected curse struck a passing Muggle delivery wagon loaded with barrels of eel eyes bound for an apothecary. The resulting magical contamination of the village pond created a uniquely stable environment for brewing certain complex potions, particularly those related to enhanced perception and farsight. For nearly 2 centuries, Lower Crowton thrived as a center for specialized potion production, with several families developing closely guarded techniques for utilizing the pond's properties. The village's prominence faded gradually after the Great Drying of 1692, ironically occurring the same year as the Statute of Secrecy, when the pond's water level dropped dramatically, altering its magical properties. Though several attempts were made to restore the pond's original characteristics, the precise conditions proved impossible to recreate, and Lower Crowton's significance in the wizarding world diminished accordingly. Today, the village retains just 2 wizarding households, their substantial gardens protected by Muggle-repelling charms, and their continued residence more a matter of family tradition than practical advantage. The pond itself, now an unremarkable body of water, indistinguishable from any other in the region, occasionally produces fish with unusual coloration. The last visible evidence of its magical past, the Scottish Highlands, with their remote valleys and extreme weather conditions, once harbored several isolated magical communities, taking advantage of the natural concealment provided by the landscape. The village of Othermore, nestled in a valley accessible only through a narrow pass, often obscured by mist, maintained its magical identity well into the 19th century, specializing in weather charms adapted to the harsh Highland climate. Othermore's witches and wizards developed particularly effective warming charms and magical methods for preserving food through long winters, innovations that spread throughout British magical households, while their source gradually faded from common knowledge. The village's population dwindled as improved transportation made less remote locations more attractive to younger generations, until finally, in 1962, the last magical family departed, leaving only empty cottages preserved by gradually weakening enchantments. The Ministry of Magic maintains records of these and other forgotten magical settlements, primarily for historical documentation rather than administrative purposes. A small department within the ministry, the Office for Magical Community Preservation, monitors abandoned magical sites for residual enchantments that might pose risks to unwitting Muggle visitors or residents, occasionally dispatching teams to neutralize dangerous magical remnants, while preserving historically significant features when possible. These forgotten villages offer insight into how the relationship between magical and Muggle communities evolved over centuries. Before the formal separation mandated by the Statute of Secrecy, many witches and wizards lived in mixed communities, where their abilities were known, but generally accepted by non-magical neighbors. Local arrangements and unspoken agreements governed these relationships. A village healer's magical abilities might be tacitly acknowledged without explicit discussion of witchcraft, or a family known for unusual talents might be given a respectful distance without hostility. The implementation of the Statute of Secrecy fundamentally altered these arrangements, requiring more rigorous concealment and often leading magical families to relocate to communities with higher concentrations of wizard kind, where maintaining secrecy required less constant vigilance. This migration contributed significantly to the decline of smaller magical settlements and the increased prominence of places like Hogsmeade, the only entirely magical village remaining in Britain, where wizards and witches could live without the exhausting necessity of hiding their true nature. The architectural and magical remnants of these forgotten communities continue to influence modern wizarding life in subtle ways. Spellwork developed to address specific local challenges spread beyond its origins, becoming incorporated into standard magical practice while its source faded from memory. Building techniques that harmonized with natural magical energies informed later construction at sites like Hogwarts. Family traditions that began as responses to particular community circumstances evolved into distinctive magical approaches passed down through generations. As our candle burns low and the hour grows late, consider the layered history beneath your own dwelling place. What communities might have existed where you now sit? What knowledge, magical or mundane, has been lost as villages transformed or disappeared? What subtle influences from forgotten predecessors might still shape your surroundings, unrecognized but persistent, like the faintest magical residue lingering long after the original spell has faded from memory? Chapter 11. The Enchantment of the Quaffle. In the gentle hush of evening, as the last traces of daylight fade from our window, let us turn our attention to a seemingly simple object that has inspired centuries of athletic pursuit and national pride. The quaffle, that vibrant scarlet sphere at the center of Quidditch's complex aerial ballet, appears unremarkable at first glance, yet conceals subtle magical engineering that has evolved alongside the sport itself. Unlike its more temperamental counterparts, the bludgers, or the elusive, semi-sentient golden snitch, the quaffle presents itself as the most straightforward of Quidditch balls. 12 inches in diameter, crafted of fine leather stitched with precision, and enchanted to fall slowly when dropped. These basic characteristics have remained consistent since the standardization of Quidditch equipment in the 14th century. Yet within this apparent simplicity lies a fascinating history of magical innovation and adaptation. The earliest quaffles bore little resemblance to the refined sporting equipment of today. Historical accounts from the primitive days of Quidditch describe balls crafted from stuffed leather pouches, inflated pig bladders, or even modified Muggle balls confiscated and adapted for wizarding use. These proto-quaffles possessed no enchantments beyond basic durability charms to prevent them from bursting upon impact with players' hands or the occasional goalpost. The first significant magical innovation came in 1711 with the application of what would later be known as the gripping charm. Prior to this development, quaffles were notoriously slippery, particularly in rainy conditions common to the British Isles. Players compensated by coating their hands with sticky tree sap or wearing gloves enchanted with minor adhesion spells, practices that occasionally resulted in quaffles becoming permanently attached to unfortunate chasers' hands, requiring complex counter-charms to reverse. Daisy Pennifold, a skilled charm specialist and enthusiastic Quidditch fan, observed this problem during a particularly rainy match between the Caerphilly Catapults and Puddlemere United. Frustrated by the constant dropping of the quaffle and subsequent game delays, she developed a subtle modification to the standard sticking charm that would activate only upon contact with human skin and would maintain a delicate balance, strong enough to prevent accidental drops but weak enough to allow intentional passing and throwing. The Pennifold quaffle, as it came to be known, revolutionized the game. Scoring rates increased dramatically, matches became more dynamic, and the position of chaser evolved from one primarily focused on secure ball handling to one demanding greater tactical sophistication and aerial maneuverability. The gripping charm has been refined over centuries, but remains fundamentally similar to Pennifold's original innovation, a testament to the elegance of her magical solution. The next significant development addressed another weather-related challenge. Quidditch, played at altitude where winds can be treacherous, frequently saw quaffles blown off course or carried beyond the pitch boundaries. In 1875, Minister Lorcan MacLeod, a Quidditch enthusiast better remembered for his eccentricity than his political accomplishments, proposed enchanting the quaffle to resist wind interference. Initial attempts proved disastrous, as the charms applied were too powerful, rendering the quaffle nearly immovable once thrown. Players reported arm injuries from attempting to propel what felt like throwing a ball of solid lead, according to Puddlemere United chaser Josephina Flint. After several iterations, charm specialists developed a more nuanced approach, a weather resistance charm that activated proportionally to wind strength, providing minimal resistance in gentle breezes, but increasing dramatically during gusty conditions. This weather-resistant enchantment, combined with the gripping charm, created new strategic possibilities in Quidditch. Teams began developing plays that took advantage of the quaffle's magical properties. Passes that would have been impossible with an ordinary ball became standard maneuvers, and scoring techniques evolved to incorporate the quaffle's subtle resistance to aerial disruption. Perhaps the most visually distinctive enchantment applied to the modern quaffle came in response to a practical challenge, retrieving the ball after successful goals or missed attempts. Early Quidditch matches featured designated ball retrievers on the ground, often young wizards or witches, hoping for future positions on the team, who would summon fallen quaffles with Accio charms. As the sport became more formalized and professional, this approach seemed increasingly amateurish. The solution emerged in 1711 with the development of the slowing charm, which causes the quaffle to fall to earth more gradually when dropped, rather than plummeting at normal speed. This enchantment, similar in principle to the cushioning charm applied to broomsticks, but calibrated specifically for the quaffle's mass and typical altitude, allows players to retrieve the ball more easily during play, while still permitting normal throwing velocity when deliberately propelled. The magical theory behind the slowing charm represents a fascinating branch of sports-specific spellcraft. Unlike a simple feather-light charm, which would reduce the quaffle's weight and thereby compromise its throwing characteristics, the slowing charm creates a selective relationship with gravity. When the quaffle detects that it has been dropped rather than thrown, distinguished by the initial acceleration pattern, the charm activates, creating a gentle resistance to downward motion without affecting horizontal travel. Interestingly, this enchantment requires periodic renewal, as the magical interaction with gravity gradually depletes the spell's effectiveness. Professional Quidditch leagues employ specialized charm technicians who inspect and refresh the enchantments on all game equipment before matches, ensuring consistent magical performance. The coloration of the quaffle, a vibrant scarlet that stands out sharply against both green pitch and blue sky, represents more than aesthetic preference. The leather is treated with a color-fixing potion derived from cochineal insects and dragon's blood, creating a hue that not only remains unfaded after years of use, but also incorporates trace amounts of magical visibility enhancement. This subtle enchantment makes the quaffle slightly more noticeable to the human eye than an ordinary object of similar color would be, improving playability in low light conditions or poor weather. For international championship matches, additional enchantments are temporarily applied to the quaffle. These include anti-tampering jinxes to prevent magical interference from spectators or players, identification charms that allow officials to verify the ball's authenticity and track its movements precisely, and specialized recording enchantments that store data about possession time, throwing velocity, and scoring angles for later analysis. The manufacture of competition-grade quaffles remains a specialized craft practiced by only a handful of companies worldwide. The most prestigious, Quality Quidditch Supplies, maintains workshops where master crafters and charm specialists work in tandem, each quaffle passing through no fewer than 17 distinct phases of physical construction and magical enhancement before being certified for professional use. Apprentices in this field study not only leatherworking and basic charms, but also the complex magical theory behind sports equipment enchantment, a specialized branch of magical manufacturing that intersects with charms, transfiguration, and even certain aspects of arithmancy used to calculate precise spell calibration. A fully qualified quaffle maker typically requires 7 years of training, with the final certification test involving the creation of a quaffle that must pass inspection by representatives from both the Department of Magical Games and Sports and the International Association of Quidditch. Beyond the professional pitch, modified versions of the quaffle appear in educational and recreational contexts. Hogwarts, for instance, uses training quaffles for younger students that incorporate additional safety enchantments, including cushioning charms that activate upon accidental collision with players, and proximity alarms that sound when the ball approaches boundary lines. These modifications are gradually removed as students advance in skill, preparing them for standard equipment should they pursue Quidditch beyond their school years. At the opposite end of the spectrum, vintage quaffles from historically significant matches have become highly prized collector's items in the wizarding world. The quaffle used in the legendary 1473 match, where all 700 fouls were committed, currently resides in the British Museum of Quidditch, its original leather now faded, despite preservation charms, but still carrying the magical signature of its tumultuous history. As our evening together draws to a close and the fire burns low, consider how this seemingly simple scarlet sphere represents the wizarding approach to innovation. Not dramatic, revolutionary change, but thoughtful, incremental improvement over centuries. The quaffle, with its subtle enchantments refined through generations of play, embodies the marriage of tradition and magical ingenuity that characterizes the wizarding world at its best. What objects in your own life might harbor unnoticed complexity or hidden history? What everyday tools have been perfected through countless small refinements, their evolution as gradual and natural as the development of the quaffle's enchantments? As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you'll see the world around you with new appreciation for the quiet magic of well-crafted things, magical or mundane, that facilitate our pursuits and pleasures. Chapter 12. The preparation for the Yule Ball. As the last notes of waltz music fade into memory and the great hall stands empty once more, let us trace the intricate preparation that transforms Hogwarts from a school of magic into a realm of enchantment for one extraordinary night. The Yule Ball, though lasting only from sunset to midnight, requires weeks of meticulous planning, delicate spellwork, and coordination between house elves, professors, and students alike. The transformation begins long before the first formal invitation is issued. In the weeks leading up to the winter holidays, Argus Filch, typically dour and resistant to festivities, finds himself coordinating with a small army of house elves who specialize in large-scale transformative magic. These creatures, working mostly at night when students slumber unaware, gradually prepare the Great Hall for its metamorphosis. The first major undertaking involves the enchanted ceiling. While its usual sky reflection continues to operate during daylight hours, hidden spells are woven into its magical architecture that will activate only on the night of the ball. These spells incorporate intricate celestial patterns designed to reflect not merely the actual night sky, but an idealized version, where constellations occasionally rearrange themselves into festive images, reindeers prancing across the heavens, snowflakes that crystallize and dissolve in flowing patterns, and ribbons of aurora borealis that complement the room's chosen color scheme. Professor Flitwick, as head of Ravenclaw and Master of Charms, traditionally oversees the creation of the decorative elements that will adorn the transformed Great Hall. His work begins a month in advance, gathering teams of 7th-year charm students to help create the intricate ice sculptures that will serve as centerpieces. These sculptures, crafted from magically frozen water, then charmed to never melt, represent one of the most challenging aspects of Yule Ball preparation. The ice must be pure enough to hold complex enchantments, but not so magically saturated that it becomes unstable. Each sculpture begins with water from Hogwarts' own spring, filtered through crystals grown specifically for magical purification. The freezing process itself requires a modified version of the glacius charm, applied over several hours, while maintaining a constant temperature through precision wandwork. Once frozen, the blocks of ice are shaped through a combination of non-verbal spells and traditional carving techniques taught only to advanced charm students. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of these sculptures lies in their interactive properties. Each piece is enchanted to respond to music, subtly shifting form throughout the evening. A unicorn might toss its mane in time with the waltz, while an ice phoenix slowly spreads its wings during the evening's crescendo. This responsive magic requires the collaboration of multiple departments: charms for the basic transformation, transfiguration for the animate qualities, and even arithmancy to calculate the precise magical frequencies that correspond to different musical scales. While Flitwick focuses on the decorative elements, Professor McGonagall supervises the structural transformation of the hall itself. The long house tables that normally dominate the space must be replaced with smaller circular tables suitable for intimate dining and conversation. This metamorphosis involves more than simple vanishing spells. The tables are actually transfigured in place, their magical essence redistributed to create multiple smaller furniture pieces, while maintaining the original protective enchantments that make them resistant to student mishaps. The floor receives special attention from a committee of professors who apply temporary but complex enchantments, designed to create an optimal surface for dancing. These spells must account for multiple factors: sufficient grip to prevent slipping, gentle cushioning to reduce fatigue, and a subtle sheen that reflects candlelight, without becoming reflective enough to distract from the ambiance. The final enchantment creates a surface that appears smooth as glass, but feels like polished hardwood to the touch, a perfect compromise between aesthetics and functionality. As the date approaches, the kitchens beneath the castle become a center of increased activity. The house elves, already renowned for their culinary skill, add new dimensions to their preparations. They experiment with presentation spells that maintain food temperature while creating visual effects, perhaps a roast that appears to emit gentle, harmless flames, or vegetables arranged to create miniature gardens that grow and change throughout the meal. The beverage preparations present unique challenges. Traditional butterbeer must be available, of course, but for such a formal occasion, more sophisticated options are required. The elves create non-alcoholic punches that change color and flavor with each sip, tea services where steam forms intricate patterns above the cups, and champagne flutes filled with sparkling water bewitched to create cascading bubbles that form momentary images perhaps the school crest or the emblems of visiting schools. Musical arrangements occupy another branch of preparation. If a wizarding band is scheduled to perform, their equipment must be tested against the hall's unique acoustical properties. Hogwarts, with its centuries of accumulated magic, can create unexpected resonances with musical instruments, particularly magical ones. A committee of musically inclined teachers and students conducts sound tests, applying dampening charms, where necessary, to prevent unwanted echoes and amplification spells, to ensure lyrics remain comprehensible throughout the space. The lighting design represents perhaps the most subtle yet crucial element of the transformation. Traditional candles remain, naturally, but are supplemented by a carefully calibrated network of fairy lights, strategically placed luminous crystals, and even carefully trained glowing insects imported specifically for the occasion. The goal is to create an atmosphere that is neither too bright, which would destroy the romantic ambiance, nor too dim, which would impede dancing and socializing. Security considerations, though less visible, require equal attention. With students from multiple schools present, Hogwarts' protective enchantments must be modified to accommodate additional magical signatures while maintaining vigilance against potential threats. Ancient spells woven into the very stones of the castle are temporarily adjusted, creating safe corridors for international guests while ensuring that sensitive areas remain protected. Student preparation forms its own elaborate ritual. Dance lessons, begrudgingly attended by many but secretly anticipated by others, begin weeks in advance. Professor McGonagall traditionally conducts these sessions with military precision, transforming her usual classroom into a practice ballroom where students learn the basic steps of wizard waltzing, a variation of the traditional dance that incorporates subtle magical elements like synchronized levitation during certain musical passages. The acquisition of proper attire becomes a school-wide preoccupation. Owl Post increases dramatically as students correspond with parents about dress robes, while those with access to Hogsmeade spend precious weekends seeking the perfect ensemble at Gladrag's Wizardwear. The dress robes worn for the Yule Ball often become treasured keepsakes, preserved with preservation charms and brought out for formal occasions years after graduation. Meanwhile, the greenhouse staff works overtime to cultivate specialized plants for corsages and boutonnieres, magical varieties that bloom only at night, change color according to the wearer's mood, or emit subtle, personalized fragrances. These living accessories require delicate handling and individual enchantments, often performed by students of herbology as part of their practical examinations. The final 24 hours before the ball see the most intense activity. House elves work through the night, putting finishing touches on the decorations. Professors cast last-minute protective spells and inspect every enchantment for stability. The moving staircases are temporarily fixed in place to prevent embarrassing mishaps when students in formal attire attempt to navigate them. On the afternoon of the event, a transformation ritual occurs that many students never witness. The Great Hall, still serving lunch as normal, must be closed and sealed for its metamorphosis. This requires a complex series of spells that essentially fold reality, temporarily relocating the hall's usual functions to alternate spaces while the physical room undergoes its change. Hermione Granger once described this process as like turning a three-dimensional object inside out in four-dimensional space, a concept that accurately captures the magical complexity involved. As evening falls and students begin to gather in their finery, the culmination of weeks of preparation reveals itself. The doors of the Great Hall open to reveal a winter wonderland of silver frost and starlight, where months of magical labor have been seamlessly woven into a single night of enchantment. The Yule Ball's preparation reminds us that magic, at its finest, remains invisible to those experiencing its effects. The most powerful spells are those that create wonder while concealing their own workings, allowing those present to become fully immersed in the moment without questioning how it came to be. As our journey through Harry Potter's wizarding world concludes, consider the unseen preparations that make extraordinary moments possible in your own life. What hidden labors create the experiences you treasure? What patient hands and careful planning allow magic, literal or metaphorical, to appear effortless when its time arrives. Perhaps in recognizing the work behind the wonder, we can better appreciate both the artisans who create enchantment and the enchantment itself. As you close your eye, sense and drift into dreams tonight, carry with you this knowledge of magic, both seen and unseen, and the countless threads of preparation that weave together to create moments that linger in memory long after the music has faded and the candles have burned low.